Video of the day number 37. We're going to clean up this room today. I want to do some filming in here this afternoon. We're going to take this down, which I hate to do because it looks fantastic in here, but it's been in here for a couple months now. So I'm going to take this down. We're going to temporarily put up that awful gear drive Panama Fan Company fan just for a test. And then I'll put something else in here for the next couple of weeks. Before we do that, I want to get this table cleaned off because there's all like bills and stuff on here that should not be on video. Some of the stuff needs to go in the garage. This all needs to go in the garage. That can go in the garage. Put this mess in here for now. After I get this cleaned up, I do some video editing first, and then we'll probably go do something outside because it's surprisingly reasonable today. Yesterday was decent, and today is supposed to be just as good. It's in the 40s today, which is a nice break from the frigid cold. This is kind of a more reasonable temperature for this time of year. 20s at night, 30s or 40s in the daytime. It's still very cold, but it feels much better than it has. Now I'm going to grab this chair that's down here at the computer table because I think I'm going to use this chair in the upstairs room now instead. This chair was never a good fit for downstairs here because it's not quite tall enough, and it has a thing on the bottom which tends to whack stuff. So it's a good chair, but it's just not good for tight spaces like down here. I have a vintage stool in the garage. I have two vintage stools in the garage. Only need one in there. I think this other one of those vintage stools will work downstairs. So here's this chair. Now the question is, can we make this so that it's not so tall? I think so. Oh no, we can't. This is not going to work, I don't think. Oh man. No, I don't think this is going to work. Rats. This doesn't work. Well, that's unfortunate. Maybe there's a reason why it's been downstairs all this time. And I guess back there it will go. That stinks. That completely spoiled my solution to this problem. Oh well. That will just have to remain an issue. That stool that's in here right now is supposed to go in the bedroom, but I guess we'll keep it in here. This floor mat thing is a little ridiculous. It needs to be washed, I guess. It's very slick. And then I gotta push it back a little further, it has like a slick coating to it. I don't know if it's like manufacturing residue or something, but it's very slippery. Actually, it's probably a fall hazard. So let's see if I can rinse this off. Might need some kind of soap or something, I don't know. No, I don't feel like that's... Yeah, it is taking something off. I feel like it's still kind of slick though. This whole thing was kind of a freak show because some of the people in the comments said that it ships without any retail packaging and has handwriting on it. This one has the number 13 written on it for some reason. And it did in fact come with no retail packaging. It was just thrown on the driveway in the salt and the snow. It's kind of ridiculous, but that's what happened. Okay. Now, the difficulty here is that there's that table leg. So I think I might have to kind of push it up a little bit like this. And try to lift up this table leg. Push it the rest of the way under. Okay, that's not too bad. Okay, that's in place. No chair to use with it. But that's fine, we'll just keep using the stool, I guess. See, this is very, very slick and slippery. Doesn't seem quite right to me. But I think it's better. It's still pretty slippery. Hopefully it gets better over time, I don't know. Alright, this can go out to the garage. I have a giant paper shredder that I need to fix. Once I fix that, we can cancel out all those pieces of paper in that that brown bag there. That's all confidential, but stuff like with the address or whatever on it. It needs to be disposed of securely. Okay. So we've got the sound card for the computer. It's a different situation. We've got some incandescent light bulbs, which we're going to put in the village. We'll just leave those there for now. We got some berries. Those are very good berries. And then we have some bills and advertisements. cancel this out. This is for the slick mat. Cancel that out. This is the formula to calculate CFM. Need that. Need that. $3 off. That's not bad. We need that. A bunch of ads here. Sometimes there's good coupons in here. Let's see if there's any coupons for some pizza. No, I don't see any good coupons in here. And that's blank. That, and that. See if there's any good coupons in here. Okay, this is for the tablecloth. This needs to go with the Christmas stuff. That's a freak show. This, let's see if that's out of charge or not. Okay, let's put all these bills in here for now. I'll deal with that later. Okay, cancel this out. I can't believe that stinking chair doesn't fit. That's very unfortunate. Well, I guess I'll just keep an eye out for another one at the thrift store. The questionable Will thrift store. I'm sure there will be one, or maybe I'll find one out in the trash. Alright, the room is pretty clean now. I think we can film in here. Now I gotta do some video editing because the computer is full and the camera is full. So this is not a good situation at all. This only has like 60 gigabytes of memory on it and it fills up pretty fast. But this computer, I think has over a terabyte. I don't know why it fills up so quick. It doesn't seem right. Okay. This computer is so slow. I don't know why stupid Apple refused to put solid state disks in these things. I've got a couple of videos we can make here. Did the emptying of the trash clear up some of the space? No. All right. Okay, that should free up some of the space. Okay, good. Now it's unjammed. Okay, now it has 546 gigabytes available. So now I can put the videos from this camera into here. Yep. Memory. Alright, there's one video that I know I have to cut some things out of. Once I get that out of here, then I can show the computer closer. Okay, this is the video I have to cut some things out of. Hello viewers, today we're going to be attempting to use a Camlink capture card with this the stupid Mac puts your Apple ID on the system preferences window. So now I have to cut out every time the system preferences window comes up. It never used to do that. Stupid, dumb operating systems, nowhere near as good as it used to be. Wonder what audio this is filming from. What it's a computer. For the video, this should be. I wonder what audio. What I wonder what audio this is. Okay, so now we have a picture. What I wonder what audio this is filming from. Audio from this microphone. And hang on, computer. Level sample of what that looks like. Now I should have edited this video on the other computer here because the other computer has that sample on it. I am pretty... Okay, we're gonna have to... I don't have anywhere to connect the network to this in here. I gotta put more network jacks in here. Well, let's go in the other room and I'll have to edit on this computer instead, which I think is what I intended to do in the first place, but for some reason just didn't. I'm just gonna edit on the couch. And I'll show the computer for the next videos. I just have to cut stuff out of this one, so I'm not going to show it. And the battery is not charged up. The battery was charged up not that long ago. I think I have extension cord in here somewhere. Yeah, here we go. The only problem with editing on this unit is that it takes a very long time to save the videos because it's an older chip. So I'm not sure I'll be able to put this today. I was going to put this video today, but I have to put something else today. That's fine. I have other things I can put today. At least I think I have that sample on here. I probably don't have the other videos on here. Let's see what I got here. We got a lot of AAE sidecars. Go figure. I have the I only have the sample video on here. I don't have the, it's small. I'm just going to put it to a flash drive and I'll put it on the other computer. It's only 32 megabytes. I'm only about half on working on this from. Okay, let's conclude. Okay, I've got it into the flash drive. Leave that there to charge. And now we can edit this video. Now I can't eject the flash drive because iMovie usurped the flash drive. Gosh, it sounds like a farm in that video. Hello viewers, today we're going to be attempting to use a aux. Here is the capture card itself. Hello viewers, today we're going to be attempting to use a cam link. Pull up what that looks like. What it looks like. This video of this document camera. The setup is kind of clunky. We have a line level sample of what that looks like. I suppose if this really works well, maybe I should just I know. We'll lower it back down. Test. Okay, I am pretty, but it does work. It does work out very nicely. Okay, now I can show the computer. This document camera seems like it's going to work pretty good. That's a decent picture. Ain't too bad. It's got good, good detail, good zoom in. Kind of like that. For certain videos, this is really gonna, I think that's gonna be very helpful. Can I put this camera over here? Okay, so this is
Hello viewers.
let's cut that blank spot off there.
Viewers, today was cam link. Yep.
Done with that. Okay, so I think that we actually got everything that was here. Yeah, that was part of yesterday's video of the day. Oh, this is a good one. We didn't get this one yet. But that one's in here. Okay, that's done. Now, why the heck is this randomly signed out all of a sudden? It's just totally signed out of nowhere. Why is that? And now it's just signed in perfectly. This computer is a piece of junk. Which is ironic because this is the most expensive computer I have, and it's probably the worst operating computer I have. I forgot which of these videos I uploaded yesterday. That one we uploaded yesterday, that one we put yesterday. This one I don't see up there. That one we did yesterday. That one I put up this morning. That one up this morning. That one up this morning. So these all can go into here now. Yeah, I guess this one never went up. We'll put it up now, that's fine. This is a good one. It says, use of another battery may present a fire or explosion. Put those up. Good. Bring those two on, and these three we're done with. This one, I want to bring this one in as well. So we don't need this in here anymore. That doesn't require any editing. Okay, so all that's left out of here is this driving video and these street lights videos. I'm gonna make some of these while this imports these other ones.
Euro style. Paragon. It's
You know, I
dot
don't.
10. What's ELW minus?
I can't hear you over there.
Why would we do that? You don't have one of those. Stationary. No, it'll never come out.
Yeah, oh well.
Euro style. Paragon.
You cannot type slash into file names, otherwise it will throw an undefined error. Of course, it should throw an error that says invalid file name, but it's a stupid Mac and it doesn't do that. I'll get everything out of this event today so I can clear up the space.
Changing speeds, that would wake me up. People are constantly changing speeds, that would wake me up. Miraculously, it didn't bother me. I used that thing for 7-8 years.
That's a pretty good run.
I could say two different numbers that are next to each other, but I'm not going to, contribute to that slop.
I still to this day don't understand what the
Nobody
heck that
does.
is. Well, it's stupid.
It is stupid. That's the whole point.
I hate it.
Circulate all the air in the room like it claims to at all.
Standard. I don't know if that's the brand or if it's a standard plug.
Could be either one.
That's it?
That's all I got on it.
Okay.
Alright, this one's all.
Off to a great start.
This one's all you.
All right, so we have some warm operator seniors here.
Would it be operator or what? Failures. Just be warm failures.
Warm failure senior.
Warm breakdowns.
Let's
What's
see.
the opposite of operation?
Non-operation.
Let's see, we have an awful,
Workplace.
awful workplace.
I know about that.
We have the original warm operator senior. And then we have,
New York City.
well, I was going to say Philadelphia, but close enough. This one's obviously the same exact thing. You could even see it's embossed in the base here. I don't know if this is going to show up because the lighting is a little tricky. Here we go. You can see it says Lakewood electric fan, double.
Restricted too. 3,900.
That's 6. That's actually not that far off.
Yeah, unlike the Lakewood, I feel like this is.
Emblem in the middle. The South Korea flag emblem in the middle. That hill. I like them, of course. Probably wouldn't be my first choice. You.
So. The homes.
You ways.
Out. One of very few homes fans that's actually reasonable.
I guess this is kind of like that fan that you showed me that only has the 2 blades on it that moves an insane amount of air.
Especially there, yeah.
Thank you. I couldn't remember the name of the manufacturer.
I think it's so hot.
Why the heck didn't we show the informations? Now I gotta go try to figure out what the informations was. I need at least the model number. Probably gonna forget the model number by the time we get back up the stairs. Where is this thing? It is the Holmes 1810 HSF 1810 Holmes stand fan 1810. And it does say 18-inch right on the information's tag. So that confirms it is an 18-inch.
Wow, that's really something. I like it even more now. The homes.
You're gonna humiliate me, aren't you?
We still gotta go outside and look at the Christmas lights.
Yeah, I gotta see what they look like in the snow.
Part 2.
The trick is you gotta do the bottom first. Which I'm sure I'll remember next time I do this, right? This is one of the few things I can do quickly.
That and the feathers.
Nah, there's nothing really of substance to it.
Stop me.
Deli cheese.
Oh yeah, that's the good stuff. Oh, that sounds actually did.
Perfect. a little squeaky though.
Alright, we're going to keep that clip, but I'm not going to work with that today. I'll do a copy so that the library doesn't have a crash out.
Where are you putting that? Assembly errors.
Okay, good.
And here we have a
you
Wexford 10-inch box fan.
Whispered.
Fresh and brand old from the thrift store.
Does it spin?
Show you how this thing works. He's both locked up. That was before I knew how to fix them.
Yeah, we probably can quiet that down.
Okay. And here we have a Wexford. Original.
Does it really say Wexford Premium Fans? That's definitely not a premium product. You know, I want to put the auto gain up to all these videos recorded with that without the microphones, just to make it a little bit louder.
Ever seen anything branded Paragon prior to this?
Makes it a little better. Okay. We're almost done here.
Box.
The ground idiot. What?
The blade doesn't weigh anything.
And it's got a permanent magnet motor in there.
Yeah, so it's fighting against that. Wow, okay. That was a pleasant surprise.
Yeah. That it was.
Unique.
What the heck is that supposed to say?
The brand is actually Unique Ways. I have seen this on one other fan. It's actually currently listed on the Mercury. And it looks a lot more like a traditional, like...
It's just, it's gone. It's not usable as it is. So if we try to fix it and it gets at the end of the video, say anything else, it's just at the end of the video. And the blade looks generic enough, we could probably find a replacement.
Yeah.
Should we say anything else, or should we end the video?
Anything else?
H and Henry.
The heck kind of goofy model is that? The other annoying thing this does is when you type a dash, it takes it out when it saves the video. So I have to actually type the word dash and put it back later. Alright, that I believe is all the videos that were in this event. Yeah, that looks good.
We have an equipment breakdown taking place. This is the too cold to tear it apart.
Alright, I think we're good to save all these videos now. Whoa, why is it moving around? Okay, that's all saving. Now we gotta come back over to here. Cancel that out. That we can cancel when we're done because we don't need that anymore.
Five light candelier, and I said, I just having bulbs. Get rid of that. This is surprised they came from Walmart. I have a lot of the stuff with incandescent bulbs that had bad customer service. Five.
No, I said put it over there. Stupid.
Electric menorah bulbs. 9 and white flame shaped bulbs. This must be a very hot flame if it's blue. This is C18 shaped bulbs. 120 volts. Fits most 2013. you. Oh, we just oops.
There's a lot of pictures of high pressure sodium street lights on here. And Christmas lights. Today we're going to be attempting to repair.
So.
Oh my gosh.
This is the plugs.
Lots of pictures of streetlights. I must have taken hundreds of pictures. What is that place called? I think I took a picture of the sign. Yes, DJ's at Bayside is where these pictures were captured. Okay, so we're gonna take all these pictures. Why does it make these stupid AE side trucks. Stupid things. They don't serve any purpose. Delete that trash. Okay, we're going to take all these pictures. I'm going to put them in here. That's just useless. This was incredible. It was like 20 something degrees, but I was out here for probably almost an hour taking these pictures. That should have been a picture, not a video. Whenever you see this stuff, you gotta take the pictures because you never know. A lot of this stuff might not be around for much longer. Yeah, we'll have a whole video on this. This was really cool. Okay, so we've got that. Okay, and then we gotta push to the movies. I'm not going to make this video now because this is going to take me a long time to make this video. I just need to get these pictures and videos off the camera. Okay. Okay, now we're going to put these Christmas light pictures . This is two different locations, but they're going to go to the same folder in the computer. And actually, no, I think I already put the other pictures. That's here. Very nice. Yeah, I already put these pictures away. It'll go in the same folder as this, even though it's different location. Okay, so videos. These pictures was taken at Town Hall in Babylon, New York. Beautiful display, one of the nicest I've ever seen. It's an incredible display. Highly recommend going out there to take a look at that. It's worth a several-hour drive. Oh shoot, I just deleted the picture out of the wrong folder. Okay, I have to redo this now. Oh no, actually I'll just let it just overwrite. I just skipped the ones that are already there, and I should have put that one back. Yep. That was a good picture too. Okay. I did take some videos there as well with both cameras. Really just incredible display there. So much stuff, and it was done very tastefully as well. Which it's rare that those two were together. Okay, these are just for my own personal reference. Put that down there. And these are some videos that we filmed at Kevin's location. Why the heck is this playing the videos? That's stupid. Nobody said that to play the videos.
Not enough.
Ceiling fan in my
and across it. I have to dig those out and make videos of those.
The heck video is that? Why is it so many gigabytes? Like this is screwed up now. Well, I guess we'll import those and see what they are. I got most of the editing done. The camera overheated because it was in the sun in the window there. But most of it got on video. So all I had to do was, or all I had left after the camera ran out was I just put some, a couple more videos from the phone camera into the computer, and now the phone camera is empty, so we can use that later today. And once those videos that are currently processing finish saving, I can delete those off the computer. I can shut that whole event, and that will solve the space issue on the computer. So now we're going to have some food, and then think we're going to go out and get some exercise after this, and then I have to do some more work on the computer, and then we'll be ready to film, which is the part of this that I actually enjoy. All this stuff on the computer gets kind of tedious. That's why I minimize the editing for the most part. So we're going to have some soup today. This is soup that my mother made. It's very good soup. It also doesn't come out of the unit here. Might as well put on some Christmas lights while we're in here. I think we're going to eat in the living room today. That doesn't fit on there. Do I not have? Oh, maybe this one does? There's a bunch of people walking by I've seen today. There's just another one went by. It's a nice break from that nasty cold. Yeah, it's still cold out, but at least this is normal for the time of year. You know, it's 40 degrees out. I can go outside and do something physically active and not freeze. I could not when it was 5 or 10 degrees with high winds. Today is reasonable. Right now it is what is that temperature? The temperature is 44 degrees, which is actually a little bit above average for this time of year. I do have to do a couple of things outside. Maybe I'll do those today. There's a partial outage on one of the fence strings, and we've got enough time left in the display that it's worth repairing, so I'm going to fix that. And then the ambient temperature weather station is falling off the fence. It needs to be tightened, and I think it needs new batteries because it looks like the temperature information is not here, and it hasn't been here all morning, so maybe it needs a new battery finally. Sometimes they come and go. These consumer grade weather stations are not particularly reliable, but when it goes away for a long period of time, it's usually a battery problem. While that's warming up, we'll clean up the dishes. Use that one for the soup. We'll get that fan out of the way. We're having some problems with this TV computer. I think the CMOS battery died. It behaves very differently than it used to. Well, I guess I didn't really need to get that fan out of the way. That's fine. So it's taking a very long time to start up, and it's going to have an error. It says, sometimes it says you must clean your dust shield, and then there's like 2 other errors that it alternates with as well. I don't know what it's talking about. This doesn't have a dust shield. It's just a stinking basic workstation. It's not a like server or something. And now the time is wrong, so it's not connecting to network properly. So now we have to go in here, and we have to push this, and we have to push this, and we have to push this, and then we have to push it again. Then we push OK, and now the computer has the correct time, so it took off the, it adjusted the color temperature of the screen based off of the time of day. And now we have to shut this, and if we redo it, it should work. This good now is working, but now we have to go here and push it back to black. And now it's working. And of course, it always puts these stupid Verticam videos. And I have to say don't put the Verticam, but it's going to put them anyways. Actually, this is the channel I was going to watch today, but not this particular video. I'll finish the video from yesterday. This one.
Thanks for calling Discover.
Hi, I just received my new Discover card. It says cashback. What's cashback?
Buy what you need, earn a little extra back.
Even on the baseball bat?
It's kind of a neat ad. It's all old school stuff. Okay, where is the remote for all these candles? I guess I'll put the C6s on as well. I'm not taking lights down anytime soon. They're going to be up until early February. I didn't get them up early enough this year because of everything that happened. And it's not worth the effort if they're not up for at least a good month or 2. All right, the soup is almost ready now. Excellent. I don't have any more apple cider. It has run out. And the apple cider mill is shut until August, I think. So, no more apple cider. No more apples. I mean, I can get apples from the grocery store, but they're not as good. Pomegranates is in season right now, so You're getting a lot of pomegranates. Here's the cup I'm using today. It is a vintage Tupperware cup. This is a newer Dell computer mouse, it's cordless, and it's already starting to wear down, which is very disappointing because this does not get used very much. It gets used every day, but it only clicks a couple times per usage. So the fact that that's already got wear on it is kind of ridiculous. I sure would like to see how that holds up in a normal use case. Now I have another cordless mouse over here with this other computer, and this one gets used normally. Ironically, this one does not have any wear on it that I can see. Maybe a little bit, but not much. This one looks pretty much new still, and this one is clicked a lot because this one I just used to, set up videos and do normal things on the computer. So this is probably clicked hundreds of times when it's used. Go figure. Okay, the soup is ready. I don't think I have any ice cream here either. No, I don't. No apple cider, no ice cream. Jeez. Slim pickings here today. Turn off all these Christmas lights in here because no one's looking at them. The soup got way too hot. There's the soup.
Down in the gully. So that's looking clear. Now see that junction there? That looks like a grease buildup. So we want to go up there because I think that's towards the kitchen. Can you just go and run the kitchen, please, Bonds? And we'll see if the kitchen comes out of there. Just ask the lady to run the kitchen. There we go. Where's that coming from? That's coming from right up the end.
Don't just serve. Serve.
Don't tell me what.
Okay, yeah, you can turn off the kitchen. Can you flush the toilet for me, please? Yes, thanks. The one that was a problem. So that's flushed a big moon rock out of there. That's coming from the end gully, the kitchen, and I'm guessing that this might go to the toilet in the laundry. Okay, so that's the toilet turned off. Okay, so that toilet must be further down this way. Yeah, okay, so there's the toilet there. We've got to go up there as well. But while we're up here, we need to go up this junction here. That's servicing something. I don't know what. Okay, we need to flick around a little bit and get that on the opposite side. Yeah, we got up there. Okay, that's good. We'll pull back, get those roots. Little danglers there. How are we looking? That's better. Okay, another junction there. That's the toilet junction. We want to flick to the opposite and go up there. Okay, flicking around. Yeah, we're in. Okay, we'll work these roots here. go. Pull back to here. Clear them out. Shoot up the side now. Is that a rock? Looks like a rock. A rock has come out of that line. There are a few roots behind it as well. Few little strands there. Looks better. Very good. We'll just have a quick look from here to the mains. The main should be running along there somewhere. There's that rock. And there's the mains. Might just be a moon rock. Looks like a moon rock. We're in the mains there. Very good. Warren, can you go and ask the lady to flush the end toilet and then the other toilet with some paper, please? Yep, both toilets. has gone to ask them to flush their toilets now with a bit of paper. Just got to wait for that sound of the train leaving the station, bringing Mr. Toilet Paper. You hear the faint rumble in the jungle on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Would you believe 4? Well, it is. Wait for the second one. They do have 2 toilets, don't they? There's the second one. Paper and all. All right, Bonzi, can you screw that lid back on, please? I need to go and just jet up the stormwater quickly. Never good to do this under pressure.
This is how you can lose the weight the way you want. Weight Loss by Hims offers access to a variety of options for weight loss, like
All right, Bunzi, we've got to blast out the storm water. You want to have a go? Just start slowly, work your way up. Wait. Drag it back to close to the beginning. You have to make sure it's turned off completely. The handle's very stiff. Stop there. Now just blast out the residual because it's laying flat. Slowly. Back her off. Wind her up. Nozzles back in place.
Like some wine?
Give it a little wash. Throwing up a shrimp on the body. When it spools up like that, you're gonna get under the belly and wind it up till it's taut. Okay, wind her up. All good in the end, just a few pesky roots. All good ones?
All good.
Okay, the lunch has been had. That was not correct. That person on the left should have got a ticket for that, because the sidewalk has right of way. But they usually don't stop, and that's why I always pay attention. Ooh, that was ice. Okay, the exercising has completed. Now let's see what we can do about these problems outside. So we'll need the light discarder basic, most likely. And we'll need, I'll just bring out a basic set of screwdrivers. I don't know what kind of screw it is. Hopefully it's a common or a Phillips. It's probably a Phillips. Can't believe how warm it is, relatively speaking, today. The lights tend to stretch out during the first couple of weeks as the folds from being in storage come off. So now we have all this extra slack. I figured, well, it's warm enough to be out here. Might as well fix that. Now this never used to drape, but I guess we have enough slack now that we could drape it. Oh, the screw has backed out several turns. Because it's all this stupid wind. That was easy enough, and it looks a lot better now. Okay, I've switched to this camera for the video of the day because I'm going to need the other camera for the actual video we're going to film. So what we're going to do now is we're going to take the Furry Mias ceiling fan out of the computer room, and we're going to install the awful gear drive fan from the Panama Fan Company instead. And it's going to be kind of a convoluted editing nightmare because I'm going to have to take the fan down and then do a new video for the Panama fan install, and then do another video for the test tomorrow in daylight, and then take it down and then do another video for putting another fan in the computer. It's getting a little messy. Unfortunately, the box for this Murray Fias fan is all the way in the back here. Let's see if I can get to it without completely wrecking the selection of equipment here. Well, I might be able to. Alright, that wasn't bad at all. Okay, so let's get some tools. We're going to need... I guess I'll use these stupid things. And then we're going to need the long bits. I'm not going to need this for anything. And we'll need a manual screwdriver, perhaps. And we'll need this. This is pretty much all that we need. We don't need a whole lot of tools. We might need an adjustable wrench. I forget how this apparatus up there is configured. Alright, that should be everything that we need. Okay, we're upstairs now. You can watch these beautiful fiber optic Christmas trees while I go get the stool. And that is a real vintage C6 candelabra with incandescent bulbs on that table. When one goes out, they all go out. Alright, let me get the box for that fan too, because we're going to need that. Oh, and the wobbly stool was in here. I thought it was in the garage. Perfect. I've got the wobbly stool. And the box. Turn these lights off to not run up the light bill any more than it already is, which is probably very high at this point, and usually January is the worst one. Alright, let's see how I can set this up to get a good view of what we're doing. I think I'm going to put it in the hallway because this camera with this stupid, trashy image stabilization, it's stupid digital, you can't shut it off. It just makes everything all blurry when the floor is shaking because the floor is screwed up. So I think if it's in the hallway on the carpet, that might be our best bet. Wish I could zoom out more, but that's it. That's as zoomed out as it gets. Alright, I'm going to need to get a new set of the gloves because the other ones that I was using, I think they got grease on them from that goofy gear drive fan. Now I have to find where those gloves are. That's not something I frequently use. I found them, even though I don't frequently use them. Put that back later. Already eating up a lot of time on the video. Getting on some more Christmas lights. I think that's all of them. And might as well put this one on in the hallway too. I can see it from this room. Put on this flickering village, which I have new bulbs now. I can change them out anytime now. And let's see here. Where is the camera? Here it is. It's down to only 40%. I'm gonna go ahead and change out the battery before we get started, because that's not gonna get us through the video. We got two batteries on charge. One other that's charged up, so we should be good on the battery front. Where is the... Here it is. Okay, we got the camera. Got the microphones. Off off the lights in the kitchen so we don't run up the light bill any more than it already is. Okay, I think we're ready to start. So I'll show this angle for now, and then when I start packing up, I'll move the camera. But really the main viewing angle is going to be on this camera for this video. I wish I had gotten this helmet set up a long time ago, because this is much better than the default thing that it comes with. Much more stable and easier to use. So this is how it works, and this goes onto that helmet, and it just works pretty good. It's a little heavy, but it's a lot less annoying to use than the other apparatus. Kind of convenient to have the couch here too. I can put all the parts on the couch, and they're pretty safe up there. Okay. Today we're going to be changing out the ceiling fan in the computer room, and this is going to be a multi-part video, at least for me, because I'm going to uninstall this today and then test something else in here tonight and tomorrow, and then probably tomorrow night install what we're actually going to use for the next few weeks in here. So this video will span over the course of several days. This has been an excellent fan, this Murray Fias. Very powerful, very quiet. I'm glad we were able to repair this. It's kind of funny because when I first got this and I looked at it in the box, I took that out of the box. I was like, oh, what the heck is that? Because the box pictured a white one, and that's not what we got. The box pictured that. But I installed it anyways, and I actually ended up really liking it. I liked it enough to spend a lot of time repairing it too. And it's a very good performer, very powerful fan. All right. You always want to use the right bit. Very important. And you always want to have a wobbly, unstable stool. And you want to have the screwdriver in the right direction. It's helpful. Just gotta make sure that camera is in focus. It's a little pesky with the focus sometimes. It's getting a little warm in here. I think I have to put on a fan. But there is nowhere to plug it in. I don't really want it over here, but this is the only available the plug. World's worst electronic control set. I guess it's on low. There's no way to tell. It does require, I think I have something better. Instead of trying to use a stinking adjustable wrench for that, I think I have something that would work better. Yeah, the cleanup lasted real long down here. Ugh. This, I wonder if this would work. As long as it has the right size. It's a touch rusty, that's not ideal. I don't think I'm going to insert that into the unit. Looks like it's got a magnet thing on there, that's kind of cool. Yeah, that'll be fun like that. Alright, let's see, what size bolt is the it? Hello?
Hello?
Who is it? Who is it?
Sorry, can you hear me?
Who is it?
Good evening. My name is Elsa. Just reaching out because right now auto insurance is more affordable than it's been in a long time.
Right.
Some people are saving up to 35%. We're offering quick, no-commitment quotes to see if you can benefit from these. Just to confirm, you own a car, right?
Just to confirm, what the heck is more affordable now than it has been in the past? That's probably the dumbest thing I've heard in like 4 weeks. Everything is just going up and up.
So sorry about that. This will just take a minute. Would you be able to talk for just a moment?
Would you be able to shut up for the rest of the time that I have on a telephone?
Sure, no problem. We'll call you back later. Thanks.
Can't make this stuff up. You just can't. Yeah, this is much better than using the adjustable wrench. I don't like it hanging like that. That's a good way for something to get bent. But I don't know what else you're supposed to do. Okay, so there's a metal washer, and that washer stayed on both of these here. I have one, now there's two on the floor. One, two, and where's the bolt? Here it is. Alright, so that should be a complete set of hardware. Yep, looks like it. Okay, now we'll disconnect the wiring. So I hope that this is not noisy. I also hope those don't interfere with each other. This is a big motor. It's no surprise it works as well as it does. Very good fans. I never really paid much attention to Fermius in the past, but I will now. All the ones I've tested have been a pleasant surprise. Okay, I gotta reposition the other camera. I am filming 2 videos at once. So we'll need to take the blades off the irons and then wrap everything up back into the box. That's missing a screw. That's unusual. I don't typically make assembly errors like that. Did Kevin put these blades together? I think he did. I think we installed this together. Now granted, he doesn't usually make assembly errors either, but maybe he was trying to rush. Okay, that's all the screws. I have a funny feeling the switch housing has to come off of this as well. guess I'll find out momentarily. For the motor housing, maybe that's for the switch housing. I don't know what that's for. Yeah, the housing does have to come off. Oh no, I just realized I don't have the wind screens on the microphone. I'll have to turn this off. It's going to be a wind noise disaster. I'll put them on for the next clip. These are massive irons. It's really quite a big fan. It's not fitting properly. I was completely certain that I am now certain that the switch housing has to come off the motor. At least the switch housing isn't stupid like that one on the crest. something fell. Something just fell. It was 2 of those grommets that fell. I'm gonna have to get a flashlight. I can't see under the couch. There's one of them. It must have rolled underneath. One. There's the second. There's also a lot of dust on the floor here, too. And what's that? I don't know if that's got anything to do with it or not. Anything else under here? No, I think that's it. I don't think that piece has anything to do with it, but I will hold on to that piece just in case it goes to something else. I don't know, could that go to something here? I really don't think it does. I'm going to say it doesn't. Such a nice housing. Iconic 80s style. I think there was something weird about this. It definitely doesn't go there. There it go. I think it went up in here somehow. No, I thought I remember it being very, very tight. Maybe it goes, yeah, I think that's what it was. I think it went in there. It's kind of the only logical option here. I'm going to take the... Oh, I guess I'm not. Okay. I was going to say I'll take this out so it can't have the option to damage the finish, but it does not want to come out. Yep, there's the tight fit I remember. Alright, that's where that goes. I always like to make sure that none of the finish is ever touching the styrofoam, because there are situations where it can have an ill effect over time. I don't remember where this went. I don't think it does that because there's that piece on here. But it can't go anywhere there. It's got to go in here. That doesn't make any sense. Does it fit this way? Barely. Maybe this is the way it goes. And that seems reasonable enough. Alright, that's not bad. Alright, now the blades. Where's the hardware gonna go? I'll have to go in the bottom of the box. This did not get preserved very well at all. What the heck? Well, that's convenient. We already have a bag here for the hardware. Alright, I think the whole fob went in its own separate bag. Like that. Maybe we'll put all these grommets into a separate bag, and we'll consider those to be for the light. Is there another blade screw in here? Yes, there's 2 extras in there, so that explains it. I hope this will fit inside the motor housing. It's not going to with all that plastic like that. I do recall this being very difficult to get out of the box. Probably should have just screwed this back in place. It's always worth a couple extra minutes to make sure everything fits in the box properly. It's less frustration next time around. Nothing worse than going to install a fan and you find out that parts are missing and whatever. It's supposed to be new in the box, or at least like new in the box. Okay, so now I have a testing, actually we're done with this video. Okay, so now I have a blank space. I can test the gear drive fan. So now we'll install the, I guess that needs a new battery. We'll install the Panama Fan Company gear drive fan. I will change out the battery on this so that we can get through the video successfully. And I'm going to put the windscreens on the microphone because it's getting warm in there, and I want to put on a fan. Well, there might be some noise now as I on the windscreen. the come on. There we go. It's amazing these Ghost Pro batteries have not degraded at all with the amount I use this thing. Some of these batteries, they might go through 2 or 3 cycles a day sometimes. Okay, this is working. We'll go get the gear drive piece of junk. Probably can carry the whole thing up the stairs at the same time because it only weighs 6 pounds. I have never tested one of these in person or seen one installed in person, so I'm very curious to see how this is going to work. I don't think that we're going to need any different tools. We'll have to see how the downrod installs to see if it's possible to adapt this to a longer rod. It might be. These plates are pathetic. Oh man, this is going to be such a bad fan. I have a funny feeling though that it's going to work relatively well if you can tolerate the noise, which I cannot, but I suppose some people can. I didn't notice that last night. Looks like it's kind of had like a liquid spill or something on there at some point. Oh well. Worst set of electronics controls on the face of the planet. Hello viewers, today we're going to be installing a Panama Fan Company, not to be confused with the Casablanca, Panama, gear drive, piece of crap ceiling fan. This is probably one of the cheapest ceiling fans ever made. It has a little shaded pole motor in there, with a very small gear, and this flywheel has a very large gear on the outside and it interacts with the small one. It's a 0.5 amp shaded pole C-frame motor that drives this thing. It's all plastic, the housing is plastic, the irons are plastic. I think the screws are the only thing that's metal. Even the chain is like not a real chain. So here's the hardware it comes with. It looks like it's a basic threaded rod on a J-hook mount, so quite possibly I could put on a longer rod to use it in the living room. Let's see, does it just screw on? It stops. It's not reversible, so I guess it doesn't really matter if it's locks in place or not. It's not going to undo itself if it's not reversible. Surprisingly, this thing at the top here is still pliable and soft. I'm not getting the light wire to come through. What's up with that? It's like a piece of tape or something in there that it's getting stuck on. Leads for lighting fixture only. Alright, here's all the wiring. And it looks like, which is not a very reassuring way, it looks like it just screws in down here. And the wires are getting all twisted up, which is not great. I'm going to turn it backwards a couple times to put some turns in the wire. And then those will undo as I screw it in like this. That's it. How pathetic is that? Wow. That's really something. Now I just realized that I have to take that back off because this part's not removable, so to get the canopies on I have to slip them on first. Yeah, this was definitely never installed. All these hardware bags are still stapled shut. So for those that didn't see the previous video, these fans, I have them, these are new in the box, and the original shipping label is to my aunt and uncle's old address. So I guess he bought these fans back in 1982, and I don't know if he opened it up and said, "Oh boy, that's really a piece of junk," or whatever happened, and they just never seem to have gotten installed. The other one is still sealed in the carton. This one was opened partially. So one of these screws has got to be for the it's got to be for the canopy. Better make sure we save the staple for some psychotic reason. If you have not watched the other video that I recorded recently on these fans, you should, because it'll give you some context. This is a very interesting product, and although there's a fair number of them in the collector community, they're pretty much never seen out in the wild, and for good reason. In that video I did open this up and show how it works. So these are probably all the blade screws. 2, 3, 6. Oh. Maybe this has the screws for the canopy. Gotta save the staple for some psychotic reason. This looks like it has the motor screws, and then here's probably the 2 canopy screws. That would make sense. I'll have to probably get new plastic for this when I put it back away. A lot of this plastic is deteriorating. It's not even pre-threaded, you just force it through. Unreal. What a waste of money these things were. I would imagine these were remarkably cheap at the time, but even if these cost like $15, I would say they're still a rip-off. I guess we'll have to see how the performance is, but at the end of the day, the quality is just awful. We're having a problem feeding the wires through again. I don't know why they would make it so this piece is not removable. That's very stupid. It's turning this simple task to be very difficult. Could have had this done in 15 seconds if I could take off this top piece from the rod. This is a nightmare trying to get these wires to go through there. Try it this way with them all combined together. This alone, I think, would be enough reason for a lot of people to return this. Too difficult to assemble. I could see this really frustrating a lot of consumers, especially those that are not mechanical. Alright, so it's going to tighten like this, so we have to turn it like this a bunch of times. This is so bad. I wonder if this plastic is flammable. I bet it is. I don't see a UL certification on here anywhere. I don't remember if it mentioned one in the manual or not. Okay, so now I have to go get a J-hook adapter from downstairs. I have a J-hook adapter that will work for this, I think, to convert it to the box on the ceiling. This is what we need. Try not to wreck the place here in the process. Is this... Wow, it's a tight fit. It just barely makes it, but it will work. I guess I should put the blades on. Otherwise I have to keep moving the stool around. Put the blades on first. Alright, so it looks like... Oh man, I've never seen a plastic ceiling fan blade iron before. This is a little bit warped, I think these blades are, so it's kind of a shame, but nothing we can do about that. Wow. This is crazy. So it looks like this goes in here. Good grief. It's better not spin very fast. It's kind of a scary product if it does. Yeah, that is a lot of force. I do not like this at all. This wood that this is made of is so like cheap and splintery too. I think if you went to the Home Depot, you could probably buy a better piece of plywood than this. And that is really saying something, because the lumber quality at the Home Depot has really turned into complete garbage over the last couple of years. This is so ridiculous. Plastic blade irons. Wow. I think this might even be a little bit worse than rubber flywheels. But in these things' defense, they're not broken yet. I'd like to say this was at least easy to install, but it's not. It's infuriating to assemble. So I guess really the absolute only potential appeal to this must have been the selling price, because this is horrible in every other respect. Although we don't know about airflow. I mean, I suppose it could be a powerhouse. I certainly have my doubts about that, but you never know. The irons do actually have decent pitch to them. I can't imagine that it goes very fast. Okay, blades are attached. This is what it comes with for the hook. Probably the most substantial part of this whole entire product. Alright, let's see how much of a fight this puts up. It doesn't weigh anything. This is so ridiculous. Huh. It actually went up very easily. Dang, it's pretty low. We'll use these stupid things. Let's see what side of the cord is the high side. I don't remember. The high side is not textured. One of these days this stool is going to the brake and then we'll have to fix it. What the heck is this down rod? It's just like unfinished metal. This mess is leaving on the couch. I can only imagine how many splinters people got trying to install these. And why the heck did it come with so many wire nuts? Huh, it actually has metal studs in there for these screws to go into. Stupid flywheel seems better than Casablanca's. Not that that's saying anything. Well, maybe it's stronger than I gave it credit for. I don't know. It's very wobbly though. I want to tighten this much more than that. It's still wobbly. Whatever, it'll just wobble. I'm sure the whole thing is going to be horrifically out of balance anyways. I really have concerns about the safety of this thing. Oh, man. This thing is like a toy. It's a total joke. I don't like the sound of that. I don't see anything cracking, it just doesn't sound good. There's a total miscount on the amount of hardware that's required here. It's like people just grabbed a handful of everything and threw it in the box without any concern. Oh man, I can't even imagine how loud this is going to be. It spins down for longer than I would have expected. Well, it's installed. We'll test it out tomorrow. Well, on video. I'm going to test it out tonight. Now, let's turn this stupid thing on. Let's see how bad this really is. I don't know if it's on or off. Let's see. Appears to be the off. Or it's broken. One of those two. You're kidding. It hardly moves any air. This isn't really coming at too much of a surprise, but I thought it at least would move like a little bit of air. It hardly moves any air. It's like a ceiling fan on low, which is about as fast as it's running. And the noise level is just ridiculous. Yeah, this is awful. This is a horrible product. I don't know how the heck you could actually use this. I would think even people that aren't interested in fans would hear this and think it's broken. I can't conceive what the use case for this would be. You can tell that the gear is horribly manufactured. There's an obvious variance in the size of the gear, otherwise it'd be making the same sound all the way around. Oh, this is awful. This is a horrible fan. It's not even efficient either because it's rated for 0.5 amps, but it's hardly doing anything. Wow, this is worse than I expected. I'm sitting here at the couch and I don't even feel any air moving. certainly you couldn't sleep with this running. No way. This is worse than I thought it would be. I don't even think that we'll be able to calculate the CFM because it probably doesn't have enough of a gust to calculate or to pick up on the anemometer. It's probably like 1,000 CFM, if that. I thought it would run a little faster than this. This is really slow. Wow, that is awful. Yeah, it is downright atrocious. I don't like it. Okay, let's have a change in pace and work on something that's not garbage, like this. Well, we're going to need to clean up in here a little bit. It's kind of cold. I just turned on the heat. I'm going to put this back for the moment. I'm going to get the other part of the box so I can put it all away at once. I'm probably going to leave this fan installed, not in the computer room, but probably in the studio for a couple of weeks, as it might be a interesting conversation piece when people come over. It's just not a useful product. I don't know how else to describe it. this dirty ad back in there just for the sake of keeping this complete. Obviously, it had nothing to do with the fans. It just fell in there over the years for whatever reason. I should really rearrange this. That should not be a bottom stacking item. No, this is not correct. It's like a stinking puzzle down here. Everything has to go back just so, otherwise it doesn't fit. Okay. Don't need this for this video, so we'll put this away. Okay, much better. Okay, I can function with this. I'll make it better another day. I guess the bits are still upstairs. That's fine, I don't need them tomorrow anyways. Okay, we can put this away. I think this goes with the ceiling fans. Put that back for some psychotic reason. Where did this go? That was for this. This is such a great tool. I wonder when this was invented. Oh man, the floor is filthy. We gotta vacuum the floor. I like vacuuming. This is good apparatus to have around for testing purposes. This is a GFI cord. So if you're plugging in something that's of unknown condition in terms of wiring, that might save you from damaging the equipment if there's a major short. I took this down because I wanted to try to work on this, but I didn't get to it, and I might not have time the next couple of weeks. So I'm going to put it back until I have time. This is the one that came from the Digitan OK wheel, and the blade screws were screwed in all the way, or most of the way rather. And I think they touched the windings, which is really unfortunate. So we have to open that up and assess. What I should really do is loosen all these at this point, because if it's not damaged, we don't want it to get any worse. I have a feeling it might be okay, but I don't know. So I need to open this up and take a look inside the motor and see if I'll have to replace the bearings too. The bearings are totally gone, but that's a seriously powerful fan. If we can get this to run again, that'll probably be in like 7,000 CFM range. Very, very strong, powerful cast iron motor stuff. Okay, we are not going to use the dishwasher tonight. We are going to use the electricity though. Should we try to close that up? This is clean enough to use it again for something else. Okay, I'll turn that on when the time comes. I really got to get my act together with these fan service things, because only got a couple weeks left of the Christmas tree when we can use the fans. Where was this? This was in the box with those ceiling fans, but I don't think it has anything to do with it. This doesn't have any useful information, so I think we'll just cancel that out, as rare as that might be. Cancel this out. I'll have a loop and cancel out thing down here. There's a Lasko 3733 over there. Alright, what else can we move around here? This I just need to film and then I can put that away in the attic probably. Delicious. This I use when I'm revarnishing motors. I want to cancel that out. Let's put that up there. Can use these in the cleaning area. Okay, that's much better already. This, I think, goes to a fan. Okay, let's do some vacuuming and then I will film these videos. Well, probably just one video of that. We'll do cleaning service of that Honeywell. I don't think we're going to film anything else tonight. I want to eat some pomegranates tonight and that takes a long time. What is that? Is that acorn? I think it's acorn. Delicious. Why does that seem extra long? Strange. Okay, we'll need this for making the video. And we'll need this for making the video. And we'll need this for making the video. Gonna make video of this soon. No, that's not gonna work. I don't really have a spot for that. Oh well. But come on. We're going to put it 60, 1080p 60. Don't use 4K because it takes too long to process and upload, and I don't think most people watch it on a display that actually has that many pixels anyways. How much charge do we get left in this thing? 34%. That's not going to be enough to get us through the video. That's fine, I'll just stop and take a break. Hello viewers, today we're going to be cleaning and servicing a sticky Honeywell pedestal fan. This is a 16-inch pedestal fan. Oh yeah, that's really readable. With a nearly invisible model number of HS-1750 series, traded at 0.52 the amps. And according to the UL sticker, this is from 8 of 2001, so this was likely sold in the early 2000s. I remember these vividly back in the 2000s at the CVS store. I don't necessarily recall them being for sale there, but I do recall seeing them being used in the store behind the counter. In fact, there was 2 of them in the store if I recall correctly, and this is now the second one that I have found, and I quite like these fans. They're pretty good. So we're gonna get this cleaned and serviced today so that I can use it with the other one during Christmas time. So we'll give it a quick test run just for comparison purposes so we can see how it's working now. Very good startup sounds. And it's pretty strong despite being very dusty. But you can hear it sounds kind of restricted, which is the combination of the dust on the guard and the dust on the leading edge of the blades. So we'll get that taken care of. Despite likely having never been oiled, the bearings still seem plenty free. Now this has clips on the guard around the outside. It should be like this, but this one was like that for some reason. It's not horrible, but it's definitely pretty dusty. Wow, this was way too tight on there. This whole thing is too tight on there. So unfortunately, like many plastic plated units from the 2000s era and the 90s era, this blade is starting to warp. It's not horrible. Come on, the focus. It's not horrible, but it is not great either. I've seen much worse than this. This is still generally usable. This is not attached properly either. Whoever assembled this did a very poor job. This looks like this is cross-threaded and deteriorating. I suspect if this was not cross-threaded originally, that would not have happened. But this was not assembled properly. This piece is now very brittle. The back guard is worse for the dust, starting to clog up. Okay, now I see something I really don't like, and that is security bits. I'm actually very surprised to see that on something this old. Yeah, those are full-on security bits that the average user does not have. Oh, I have them, and we're getting into this anyways, but look at that. Stupid security bits. So this was intended to be a disposable product, which is really a shame, because the quality is quite decent. That's very disappointing to see. Well, let me go get some security bits and we'll get it open anyways. That's really disappointing. Alright, I think the security bits, if they're not in here, they're out in the garage. Yeah, they're going to be in the garage. Here's the security bits, which should not be needed to service a basic pedestal fan, but unfortunately this is needed. Alright, the T15 is the bit. This is what the bite looks like. This is not a regular hexagonal bit. This has a hole in the center, which is necessary because these stupid things have a stud in the center, which would prevent you from using a typical hex-sided nut. Or not nut, but hex-sided driver. There's 3 of these stupid things in here. I can't believe that these have that on there. What a disappointment. I lose a lot of respect for products whenever I see these things. There's just no reason for that. Although, on the other hand, it is interesting to see that Honeywell stuff lasts long enough for this to be the method to get people to throw out the fan, not because it broke. As you can see here, this is still a pretty substantial motor. This looks more like the stuff that we saw in the 80s than the stuff that we saw in the 2000s. There's our tripod kick for the video. And we have another stupid security bit on the back. Also very disappointing. This one is the same stupid thread, but it's a different physical head and the different threads. So these controls just pull off. It takes a lot of force to do it, and you might feel like you're going to break the thing, but this is how it comes off. And this does not have a screw in there. That just pulls off as well. There's the motor. Pretty respectable motor. There is a wear point there on the wire casing where it's been scraping up against the side of the screw there as it oscillates. That's always a point of concern with these oscillating fans. Same thing with up there. Looks like the lead wire just comes up like that. It's a regular, looks like it's just a regular wire, and then it goes into the fan. And it's a little concerning that it's not a particularly sturdy piece of wire that's going through there. And there is a wire that's designed to handle more flex cycles than regular wire like this. At least I think this is just regular wire. I don't know. I wouldn't think that they would spend enough money to put better quality wire on the entire lead. That's definitely a little questionable. It's a 3 microfarads capacitor. 3H, whatever the heck that means. There's no oil ports, which is typical, but decent sized bearings. Metal gearbox, though I'm sure the gears inside are plastic, but at least the housing is metal. I think we're going to finish this tomorrow. I'm getting kind of tired and I don't want to rush. So maybe what I'll do is I'll remove the sticker, the stupid pesky Goodwill sticker, and we'll do some vacuuming, get everything ready to go over to the cleaning area, and then we'll clean it tomorrow. I think that's what we're going to do. This has one of those pesky, irremovable, questionable Will thrift store stickers on there. And the best way I've found to get those off is with heat. So I'm going to heat up the sticker with a basic heater, and that should allow us to get it off fairly easily. Almost out of charge here anyways on this other camera. Not that that's not fixable, but it makes for a good stopping point. Alright, this is getting pretty hot now. So with the heat on there, this should peel off fairly easily. starting to screw up again. Let's add some more heat. Well, this usually works. This time it didn't. I'm not sure why. We'll have to finish that up with Goo Gone. Yeah, I think we're just gonna call it there. I'm getting kind of tired. Okay, I just took a bath and now the day is starting to wind down. We have to fill the humidifiers. The one in the living room is completely empty and the one near the bedroom is almost empty. Let's put all these dishes away. Okay, now we'll get the, actually, you know what, I'm gonna clean this pot first. This pan. Oh, this needs to have the thing put back on there. I had used this to bake something earlier, so I had to take this handle off. This is a commercial grade pan. These are very durable. These pans last a long time. Okay, now we'll get the humidifier. Talking to somebody on the instant messenger. That's why there keeps being an interruption here. I know I normally just take forever to do everything, but this is a little worse than usual. Oh yeah, this is totally empty. So there's the humidifier. Put on some Christmas lights. And I typically just rinse this out just with water. I'm not going to clean it now. Interestingly enough, the water here, I guess because it's public water, is treated, and it doesn't get anywhere near as much of that slime or whatever it is in here as it did at the old location, which had well water. So I only have to clean this with the bleach like maybe every 2 months, which is much better. I used to have to clean this almost every 2 or 3 days with the bleach at the old location. It was a real pain in the neck. It was so bad, I really started to wonder how people could even use these things because it's so much maintenance. But now I understand it, because over here it's not like that at all. So now I just kind of let this fill up for a while. This takes a very long time to fill. The sink downstairs goes much faster, but carrying this thing up the stairs I don't think is worth it. The small ones I take downstairs and fill, but this one is not worth. Actually, speaking of that, I'm gonna go downstairs and fill the other one now. I'm gonna fill this one by the bedroom. This is a. Oh, it's already full. You know why? I didn't use it last night. Didn't need to. It had a little mishap with the heat. I don't know how this happened, but I somehow turned the thermostat up all the way. So this is the previous night. So the house was like 85 degrees. And obviously I turned it off because it's not economical to run the oil heat that high. And it was so warm still, I just turned the heat off, so I didn't need it. So the humidity wasn't going down. I don't know how that happened. I usually don't even keep the oil heat on. I just had it on because it was so windy and so cold. I needed it at the other end of the house there. Okay, so now we'll put this back together. I kind of need this in here to see where the water level is at. That's pretty much good. So now I'll go put this back in place in the living room. Oh, what the heck is all that? You know what that is? That's pellet dust. Why there is pellet dust inside this humidifier? I'm gonna get that out of there. I think I'm just gonna vacuum it out. I don't want that to get all inside the filter in there and clog up one of the holes where the water goes through or something. Wish I saw that before I put that thing back on and got it all wet. I don't usually bother to fill that jug thing. That too takes a long time to fill up. And I like to just dump out the rest of the old water anyways, so I just fill it up like this and the jug just kind of goes in there as a placeholder. I gotta fix this. It keeps coming. It looks like I've glued it once. It keeps coming off and it's very annoying. Don't have to add any more pellets tonight because I'm running the heat at a reasonable level because it's only what is it, 31 outside right now, which isn't too bad. And the humidity in here, despite this being empty, has only dropped to 31. I try to keep it at least 35, so go ahead and switch this on again. It's going to take up a lot of water initially because it's filling the filter with water. So I'll probably have to fill it up again tomorrow, but that's fine, I can do that. Okay, now the pomegranates. pomegranates are a superfood. Here's the pomegranate. Cancel this out. There's a couple ways you can open these. You can cut them in quadrants of like 4 or 6. Usually it's this one is 1, 2, 3, 6. And you can smack it with a wooden spoon, and that will knock off most of the fruit. The problem with that method is it's very messy, and then you end up with all the spoiled seeds in your bowl as well. So I tend to just do it manually. Let's see what this one looks like. So I usually cut the top off, and then you can see where the edges of the fruit stops. I go and I'll cut a slice in the outer layer around every section like this, and then you should be able to peel it apart. Okay, so there's the inside of it. Yeah, see, some of these are rancid, but that one's good. Can break this apart into a couple more sections. Oh no, a lot of these are rancid. Oh, that's not good. It's kind of hard to tell at the store when you buy these if they're good or not. Unfortunately, this one has a lot of spoiled pieces to it, but it have a lot of good ones too. I'm canceling all the rotten ones right now. This is kind of a tedious process, but it is a superfood, so it's worth it. Well, I think I'm going to cut the video off here. I usually do this while I listen to music, because otherwise it is very tedious. which I can't do on the video because then I'll get a ticket from the copy-wrong police. After I do this, I will probably watch a couple videos, eat this, and then go to sleep. So we'll be back at it again tomorrow with more fan videos. I'll clean that Honeywell pedestal fan tomorrow in the morning, and then I'll film that horrible ceiling fan in the morning when there's sunlight, and then we'll change the fan in there to something that's actually worth using.